Hello, is this working? Hello. Hello. Hello, Sim 3. Hello, Faint Soul. Hello, Cultist. How are you all doing today? How was the weekend for everyone? Everyone hasn't been feeling good, huh? Well, it's okay. We're all entitled a little bit of under the weatherness every now and then. Oh, you were able to organize a room? Well done, Cultist. Is it more, clean and accessible now? How did you just move stuff around? Stressed about tomorrow? Oh, is tomorrow the thing? Like that thing without, giving too much away. You can do it, Sim 3. Oh, it's a semi-regular thing. Well, you know, if you do it more often, maybe you'll get used to it eventually. All you gotta do is look in the mirror and visualize the amazing, person you're gonna be. It's more accessible now, and now you have to put more tables in. But don't you think by putting more tables in you just clutter up the place again? Or was that like the point? I tidy up my stuff so that I can put in more stuff. What are you gonna use the table space for? Other than the usual table activities. I kind of realized that table activities or usual table activities are really vague. Who knows, maybe for some people dancing on the table may be a regular and usual thing. To put some stuff on, you need space for hobby stuff. I see. So more painting of more, miniatures then? That would be fun, I think. At least it's not a floor activity. Faint soul. With the right kind of mindset and conviction. Certain floor activities can be table activities as well. It all depends on how you look at it. Although it is a little bit hard to rhyme with table. Gather round, boys, for I have a fable. It's about the makings of an elusive spider table. that once, started life as a tree of maple. Yeah, okay, that's all I got. I'm not sure I can leave a lot of things into those words, faint soul. Hold on tight for the journey, you will not be stable. Well, I guess that's our rhyme for today. Imagine if I had this segment every stream where I just thought a make. Where I just, hang around and make rhymes. Probably not miniature stuff. You got printers, so you gotta use it. Well, why not use your printer to make miniatures? I'm sure that would work. Yeah, the rhyme of the day. That's when you give me a word to rhyme with, and I'll try to make a poem or something out of it. Games Workshop is gonna assassinate me if I say that. Maybe, but you know, only if I make miniatures from Games Workshop. I could always choose to make, miniatures that are not associated with Games Workshop. Like, you know, a miniature of me. For example, Games Workshop doesn't own me yet. If I think about it, every time the closed caption gets a word wrong, it counts as a rhyme. Well, I think you're both right and wrong with that. I could be told two totally different words like okay, and Oklahoma. For some reason it happens like that. Waiting for the L miniature line. Taking over the world one tabletop at a time. New life goals. What kind of a tabletop would I star in though? Maybe like a sci-fi D&D? Do those exist? Well, actually. What do you mean, cultist? There's an alien tabletop. You mean like the A from the Alien franchise? Yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm very keen on being in that game. Don't really feel very safe potentially getting forced kissed by a facehugger. That be a table bottom. You seem to know what table bottoms look like. Are you? Are you below there studying them somehow? There's a system a lot. Like an open-ended fantasy or Starfire sci-fi thing? So like sci-fi D&D then? He would like to replace your statement with table switch. Hey! You know if it's table switch at table height. It would be that much easier to flip your switch. Like Kulta said, hot. So anyway, highlight of my weekend. I tried to make cookies. Emphasis on the keyword, is tried. The table is getting a lot of action. Yeah, you see, like I said, basic, table activities. Why does everyone expect me to burn something? I'm not that bad of a cook, am I? It only happened once. Well, only once that was reported. How bad were the burns? There were no burns. I remember to use mittens when taking them out of the oven. And no gasoline was harmed in the making of these cookies, so arson is off the table. You meant the poor cookies. Well, the cookies came out pretty okay. A little crispy though. Although by the standards of cookies, it's around the norm, I guess. So cookies can be made in like several ways. There are like the hard and crispy kinds, and then there are also the softer versions that are more chewy. I personally prefer soft and chewy kinds. But that's probably due to the recipe and not the time in the oven. Like, you know, if you add too much butter and stuff, the cookies can get really, really runny. And if you add too much flour, they become too firm. So like they don't really spread out and it'd be like a cookie ball instead of like a flat cookie. You'd better catch them if they run. Where are they gonna run off to though? The oven is closed. And I'm like on the outside looking in. If they're running, you better tuck them in and give them some hot soup. Yeah, we don't want them to be sick while they rise, right? Sim 3. There's your answer. You just need a little bit more flour. Well, you didn't rise, period. It's not like I used the yeast or anything. Would you? Would you like to have yeast added to you though? You know, if you did, imagine that. If you had yeast in you, you would rise every time you were in heat. I have the bakery show. I should know, yeah. considering my streams, you're surprised I didn't need to adjust the overlay. Yeah, I didn't catch that one. But you know, having a bakery can be pretty convenient. You can make bread whenever you want? And if you have extra and you want who wants to get bread, can do so. No, never mind. Then wait, you gotta explain to me now. But yeah, so, depending on the kind of recipe you're doing. Minor changes in the amounts of ingredients you use can have big differences in the cookies that come out. But yeah, that was kind of like the highlight of my weekend. Wait, no, that wasn't. Highlight of my weekend was eating all of them. Yes, that was it. I'm gonna get fat. Well, you may be right. But let's hope all the fat goes to the right places. You saw what? You didn't see anything. That 30 centimeters is going to be 32 centimeters. Okay, gamer, good night. Have a good sleep. Take Take care. Okay, thank you for dropping by. Well, as long as it's not 30 centimeters to 32 centimeters of my waistline. Anywhere else is probably okay, I think. Hello, Sidens. How are you doing today? My day has been pretty okay for the time being, I think. Glad you're doing well. You see nothing wrong with any of these situations. Yes, especially Sim 3 going from a point to a two-dimensional shape. But yeah, I don't really bake cookies that often. So it's nice to indulge once in a while. Besides, I still drink milk daily. And that's not an exaggeration. I really do. Someone's gotta be the punching bag. Technically, you do too. Nut milk doesn't really count, you know. Daily coffee. Half a mug of that is milk. Can it still be considered coffee if it's like 50% coffee? Usually the name comes from the liquid that has the highest percentage, right? What milk doesn't count? Well, nut milk. There's coffee out there where it's 90% other things than coffee. So coffee is like the dominant liquid even in low amounts. Do you disagree, cultist? Oat milk is not milk, that's juice. Hello, Typhoon. Good morning. How are you doing today? A flat white coffee is a bit of espresso, and most of the cup is just milk. Add a splash of coffee to your milk. So it seems like everyone prefers high percentage milk coffee. You need to relax your right Achilles tendon. Did you hurt yourself, Typhoon? I can call nut milk whatever I want and drink as much as I want. You're not gonna judge. That's not what I mean, cultist. I mean, nut milk isn't like, milk milk. Where you got the squeeze others and stuff? With nut milk, you probably just squeeze nuts. Okay, I should have probably described that in a better way. But you get the idea. Same as I add a bit of gaming to my streams. I feel called out. You ought to, but you can't. Well, you should, try to rest it every chance you get. If you can wear an ankle brace, that might help as well. Who the hell is out there milking almonds? I do believe it has been said on this stream as well. I am not sure if its origins come from here. It's probably from somewhere else. But yeah, I do remember that phrase being mentioned here before. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you are getting almond milk, at some point down the line, you're going to be making almonds wet and you're going to be squeezing them. And by that I mean adding water. And extracting the almond essence. From the nut. I can call it water if I want. You're not gonna judge. Sure, how does nut juice sound? Because you're kind of squeezing juice out from the nut. Even though there technically isn't any water content in the nut most of the time. Unless, of course, it's a coconut. Although I think a coconut is probably not exactly an actual nut. Although I may be wrong. Although, speaking of a coconut, if we're using that as an example, it has its own juice. And if you like, squeeze the pulpit if you can extract milk from it. So kind of like the best of all worlds. Isn't it a fruit? I'm not sure. A coconut is a drupe. What's a drupe? A stone fruit. That doesn't exactly make things easier to understand. The snoot would droop. Through the loop. Haunted Pope. Onto the poop. It's the internal seed of a fruit, like a pit of a peach. So the pit of a peach isn't the seed? Is there a seed within the seed? Or is there a seed within the pit? So imagine this. If you place a pit with a seed into a pit with seeds, English is funny. I see in the pit of fruit is just classified as the fruit. That's the fleshy part covering the pit. Although, you know, with a coconut. The fleshy part is kind of on the inside. Covered by a hard shell. And in the center, it's just like coconut water. Where is the seed though? Is it like some microscopic thing floating around in the coconut water? The husk of the coconut is the shell, technically. Oh, okay then. I've learned something today. The seed is technically at the stem. So that means the seed isn't actually even in the seed. You retain a lot of useless information. That's totally okay if it's all. Without your useless information, I wouldn't have learned about coconuts today. I mean, I probably have a whole bunch of useless information as well which hasn't been tapped on yet. You can have a detailed history on soda. Balls. Big ones. It bounced all over the place. Hello, Chad Peace. How are you doing today? Hope you had a good weekend. No, cultist, those are not balls. That's part of the bakery. But yeah. So another reason why I don't really bake very often. Is that there's a lot of cleanup to do after that. Now I need an emote for the other side of the bakery. I'm not sure if that's going to get approved by Twitch. The back doors of the bakery. Yeah, it's like the entrance or exit that you usually, take out the trash in. When no one pays attention to. You have seen worse. Well, technically, yeah. So have I. But like Sim3 said. I don't really want to be taking that chance. It's not a matter of whether or not I get caught. It's more like if I get caught, what's gonna happen after that? And that's kind of why all my outfits kind of have an original look and also a Twitch-safe look. Well, original version and Twitch-safe version. Have a good meal called this. Yeah, so on the Twitch save version is the one you'll see on Twitch? And the original version is the version you'll see on anything else that isn't Twitch. That includes my pictures, memes, photo book pictures, and other stuff. Hello Mango, how are you doing today? So for example, the original version of this outfit right now. The cleavage line goes all the way down. And I am not wearing pants. Currently resting as a super typhoon is hitting your country and it's raining endlessly. Yes, Mango, do stay safe. Stay safe, stay dry, stay entertained. Is there a danger of power getting cut? Hopefully it doesn't happen. The wind is so strong that it took some roofs. Oh gosh. That's crazy. Power currently is fine as the wires are standing strong. Okay, that's good to know. But still it's kind of scary if your roof is getting ripped off. I kind of thought that only like cyclones could do something like that. Wait, no, I'm tornadoes. Okay, that sounds really dangerous. Staying inside is probably the safest thing to do. Did you get any indication for how long it's going to last? Oh, so it's a second round then? Or is it like the same one, just like split off into two? Yeah, maybe the other storm will decide to change direction before tomorrow. The weather is usually unpredictable and you never know, right? But yeah, do stay safe, okay? I guess it might be much of asking you if you had a good weekend. The wind from the current storm is pulling the new storm, so you don't know. Wow, that sounds really sci-fi. You know, like how for cosmic bodies and stuff. Like an object with a huge enough gravitational pull can pull some other things into it and get even bigger. That sounds like exactly what's happening, but only with wind and not gravity. Well, I think staying home is probably the best idea. I mean, you don't want to go out and get blown away by the storm, right? Especially if they're strong enough to carry around trucks. Kind of struck me that typhoon and hurricanes are the same thing. Hello, Sister Mango. Hope you're coping well. You stay safe too, okay? Stay warm, stay dry, stay fed. She said she will. Okay, that's great. Typhoons and hurricanes are the same thing, just, different locations, yeah. Typhoons and hurricanes and cyclones are all the same thing. Just different ways of calling them for different parts of the world. Although typhoon and cyclone might be more efficient since they're only 2 syllables. Calling typhoon cyclone now. You know, it really depends because typhoon and cyclone both are 2 syllables and have the exact same number of letters. Storms and typhoon are the same as cyclone is like a huge wind making the cyclone. But you know cyclones have winds and typhoons have winds as well, right? It's okay, I understood that. As long as everyone, agrees that typhoons, hurricanes and cyclones have big winds and are dangerous. Yes, typhoon, there are only waves at the sea. Storms like strong rain, thunder and typhoon is a stronger storm. You know, we should all just come to a consensus that, it's called angry air. Hello. 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 Think the boy my voice is about to go. The storm chaser cars are like cow, another cow, nerd, and a bench. Oh, do you mean a cow nerd? You weathered a few hurricanes. Biggest was Ian. When was Ian? It can't have been that long ago, right? Yeah, 2022. That wasn't very long ago. I kind of heard that all these weather phenomenons are getting much stronger over the years. So kind of short of 2 mph. Testing hello. It seems to be happening more often lately. Not sure if it's because I'm talking more nowadays. Hello, Typhoon. Hello, faint soul. But there are two mph isn't really that much of a difference. Who is Ian? Because you're Ian and you don't know anyone named that. I think I used to know an Ian. But it's not exactly a very common name, I agree. We were, in fact, talking about Hurricane Ian. Welcome back, Typhoon. How was your food? You know what, Typhoon, add my name actually goes well with that song. If you use the alternative pronunciation. But yeah, I'm okay. How are you doing, Ian? Hope everything's good. Called this. What kind of fantastic meal have you cooked up? You made some penicillin. Were you making lunch or like a new discovery? The names are on a list. Yeah, do they repeat the names on the list though? Do you think eventually they'll run out of names? Hurricane Sim 3 is coming in tonight. Stay indoors, everyone. It's gonna be a wet evening. Well, I could probably believe a Hurricane Becky, but not a Hurricane Becky from Human Resources. That's too much of a mouthful. "2036 is still a long way away, you know." That's probably when they officially run out of names. Hurricane HR. Hello Iris, how are you doing today? Hope you have been well. Hurricane Susan. They had to tap into the Greek alphabet. So like hurricane? What alpha? You're preparing mentally to start packing. Wait, where are you going? My day has been pretty okay so far. Oh, going back home. Okay, have a good packing, okay? You are here now and you got the milk. What brand? Almond milk and any other nut milk is not recommended. Only genuine milk. Milk. %. 2%. What alcohol content? Does any milk have alcohol content though? I suppose if the cow has been drinking. Maybe some of the alcohol would transfer over into the milk. That one milk from a Legend of Zelda game. Oh, really? I didn't think Nintendo would allow alcohol in their games. Although I wouldn't be surprised if there was like alcoholic milk and stuff. I mean, it's just milk fermenting. And you know, most times fundamental milk becomes cheese. Fermented milk. Yeah, we have talked about fermented milk. They don't explicitly state it's alcoholic. You know, maybe the character isn't drunk, maybe just really, really happy and high. That could be it. I suppose cheese is one development pathway and alcoholic milk is another path. The sour milk abomination. Well, it's pretty obvious that someone doesn't like the sour milk abomination. Just from the description alone. You don't think you've ever tried it? Well, you know you what? You know what you must do now. You must try it for all our sakes in 3 hit. Hello, Locke. How are you doing today? Time for the kefir drinking stream. Oh, is that what the sour milk abomination is called? I've tried it before. It's not that bad. It's kind of like a more runny but more runny, but more Milky yogurt. You're wearing the first piece of your merch. Oh, that's so cool. So how is it? Is it of acceptable quality to be sold all around the world? Cultured buttermilk. Now that is one thing I have not tried. Maybe I ought to, who knows? But yeah, I have tried kefir before. It's not too bad. TDAID, they come in like different flavors as well. I've kind of tried like honey and blueberry and natural. It's kind of nice. Hello, Medusa. Can someone help me with a translation with that? I'm not very good with Spanish. Wait, that is Spanish, right? Well, you can hit pat me. If it's any consolation. Hello, Charlie. How are you doing today? And thank you all for the head pats. The sizing is great and a lot fits you fine.
I am about to sleep. So good night to you and your beautiful bandokadonkas.
Yeah, the color probably depends on the printing company. Okay, Medusa, sweet dreams. Have a good night. Okay, thank you for dropping by. I'm doing pretty okay, Charlie. We have just been chatting here about all sorts of strange stuff. Most recently, namings of hurricanes. Yeah, kind of like, with print on demand you kind of want to search for the right printer that gets the colors correct. And it may take a couple of tries. The find one you're happy with. Is this like? Kultai's everything was in context okay? You need to add water to your crushed nuts to squeeze them and get nut milk. How else is it going to happen? I'm pretty sure cold pressed pressing doesn't actually work with nuts. So yeah, with printing there are two ways you can print. There is the CMYK method and there's spot color printing. But I think most companies will go with CMYK because it's kind of brain dead. Spot color printing, while more accurate, usually means that you gotta have an experienced color matcher to make the colors for you. And something like that is not very easily scalable. But with CMYK you just need to copy down the values and use the right amounts of each color. And that's where some of the differences happen, because, different companies use different values, and so you get differences in your print. There we go. A nut milk related outfit.
Boinga boinga boing boing.
We are all ready to process our non-lactose. Power Zero Lactose Milk. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, I'm printing. Anyway, that's kind of my useless piece of information that I somehow happen to know. Surprising, yeah, no one has. But you know, maybe everyone wants to look at my Superman face today. Instead of Clark Kent. Usually it's a CMYK. Usually it's CMYK. Yeah. Am I a guest streamer? Maybe I am. It's good to meet you, cultist. But yeah. Okay, this is a new song. A rather new remix. Can I be chat like a maid? Sure, but what's it in for me? Hold on, I can't even stand like one. Okay, hold on. Welcome to my room, Master. This one is honored to have you grace my presence. Was that too cheesy? I mean, I would bow if I could, but I can't. I haven't set that up. You really need to save your points, cultist. Thank you, Charlie. But yeah. Wow, we're halfway. I like totally at 2 hours. Should we go over to the game now? That sounds like a good idea, right? Okay, so So what I'll do is I'm gonna go grab some water first, and when we get back we can move over to the game, yeah. So give me a moment, I'll be right back. Yes, cultist. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Think you think so? Thank you, Faith Soul. You know, cultists, every time you put those 3 stars, I don't know if it's like a link that's been blocked or if that's just actually just 3 stars. Hello Violet, how are you doing today? Hello Violet, how are you doing today? Oh wow, why did it repeat itself? Okay, so the category should be changed now? Maybe that's just part of the fun. What do you mean? Now I'm supposed to guess if it's actually a link? Never mind, it's actually a link. I saw the clip. Thank you, cultist. Okay, let's hop over the game now. Give me a moment. Okay, there we go. Let's begin our backstabbing. I say very nonchalantly. You know, I get the feeling that this game is gonna take a really, really long time. Because they're kind of like 3 different regions and I'm only at the first one. And I don't think I'm even halfway there. Halfway through the first region.
役立つものばかりです。新しい品が入りました。
また頼むぞ。
So yeah, this is gonna be a really long journey.
どんな鎧でも結構です。何を直しましょうか。
I hope everyone enjoys the ride though.
素材を十分にお持ちでないようですね。
I'm kind of wondering what the difference between this upgrade and the next upgrade is. Gossip. Both look exactly the same. Wow, this is a very strange looking hat.
ああ、素材を十分にお持ちでないようですね。
Well, it seems I'm short of supplies, so I can't really buy anything.
話があります。
ああ、何事だ。
ここではお話できません。こちらへ。
Is this an ambush?
兵衛と申します。
It looks like an ambush.
何か買ってもらいたいのか。
いえ、滅相もありません。ここでいいでしょう。誰にも聞かれません。
何用か申してみよ
う。村の春男がおかしなことをしているようで、日が沈むと村を出て、そのまま夜明けまで戻ってこないのです。夕べ後をつけたら、墓所の近くにあるあばら屋で野党と会っていました。
野党だと。それは気になるな。あばら屋を見つけ企みを暴こう。
Maybe the bandits are undercover, you know? Oh, that's not too far away. We can totally do this. It's raining, so that they are told, probably undercover. Oh gosh. Well, you're not wrong. Let's just go and kill us some bandits. It's probably like the best possible outcome.
かけろ空
Probably also the simplest. No count is not murder justice.
春音やらはここで野党と会っておるそうだが人はおらぬか調べてみよう灰が多いな幾度も火がつけられたようだ
Campfire's been used multiple times. You think it's still burning?
晒し布かわずかに血がおそらく朝出だな 誰かの飯
Waterproof flames, you know. Sometimes when the fire's really, really strong, just a little bit of rain won't kill it
待っ
off.
てみるか
Sure, hide in the bushes just like a couple of feet away.
ああ、だが猛虎兵を見かけた。俺たちを探してるんだ。
急がなければな。で、何を持ってきた？
神社のご神体。
おお、そりゃいいな。猛虎に奪われなくてよかった。
早く埋めようぜ。
野党めどこに運ぶつもりだ
誰が来ないかよく見ておけ。
Guess we're tailing them then.
何度か猛虎が小屋のそばを通ったが、今のところ誰も見つかってない。
おい、聞こえたか？馬だ。
猛虎、
隠れろ。
去ったな。行くぞ。
運が良かった。この前、タモンが見つかったんだ。
騎兵が増えてきたな。
I like that I,
あの
you
侍の
know,
せいだ。
hold my breath
ど
at
の
the
通り
same
で
time
も奴を
everyone
見つけよう
does.
と躍起になってる。
いっそみんな殺してくれりゃな。
もうすぐだ。
さっさと街道から離れようぜ。
Hey, they're rooting for
アリ
me.
塚の上で
Should I, like, let them go?
死ぬまで悲鳴を上げてた。
そりゃひでえ。
You know, maybe they're not thieves. They're just like hiding stuff from
何を
the...
しておる
ご神体を埋めることになるとはな。
猛虎に持っていかれるよりはマシだろう。
野党ではないようだな
急げ。嫌な感じがする。
Yeah, I don't think they're thieves.
よし、これで安全だ。
Are their
お
names
主ら
bandits,
そこを
though?
動くな
I don't know.
まずい。つけられてたんだ。
あれ、例の侍だぞ。あなた様でよかった。
野党からさような言葉を聞くとはな
それは誤解です。アザモウラから猛虎を追い払われたそうですが、奴らが戻ってこないとも限りません。だから、神社の貴重なものを隠しているのです。奪われぬよう。宗太郎、騎兵、大変だ。
どうした？みんな置いてきたのか？
小屋が
Enemies coming? That's probably
み
the
んな
case.
捕まったのか。
殺されるぞ。
敵は何人だ。
数えきれないほどです。
戦える者は
俺と騎兵が。
ついてこい。他の二人は小屋の仲間を守れ。
ブグは
手近なものを使え。
猛虎だ。
四方から来るぞ。
隠れ。
Oh, that's a lot of them.
どうしよう。
新手だ。
逃げればよかった。
Oh wow, I can still assassinate them when they're in battle.
さらに来るぞ。
そうだろう。戦えねえ。
Hello, Violet. I'm doing pretty okay. What about you?
どうしよう。取り切れ。キリがないぞ。
Is everyone still alive?
もう気が済んだろう。誰か深手のやつは。
いや、お前らのおかげでな。
俺たちじゃない。
Why are they still calling them bandits?
この者らは
I mean,
猛虎
it's
か
the
ら逃げてきた
obvious
者
that they're
や
not.
家を失ったものです。
守っておったのか。
そのつもりです。
後で盗むため宝を隠したのではないのか。
違います。
金が欲しいのではなく、猛虎が去った後のことを考え、人助けをしたいのです。
ならばアザモウラに連れて行こう。あそこなら安全だ。
止まれ。野党どもが何の用
Oh,
だ。
that wasn't so hard.
俺の連れだ。野党であろうともかくまってやってくれ。
ですが信用でき
こ
ません。
やつらは猛虎と戦った。守りの役に立とう。
そうおっしゃるなら。
門を開けろ。こいつらを通してやれ。
酒井様、お礼の言いようもありません。
仲間を守ったよ。
This was a
村を守
nice
れ。
mini
約束
story.
します。
猛虎が去った後、宝のありかを皆に知らせるのだぞ。
もちろんです。信じてくださりありがとうございます。
So I guess even the bandits have a common enemy. Now if only all of them thought the same way. So I have another offensive charm. Not a very useful one, but... maybe we'll get some better one later on.
Yoshi!
Okay, after the next mini quest.
Sora! Sa!
Would be nice if I could get more supplies to upgrade my stuff. Hold on, I've used bandits. How the bandits are fighting. Maybe I should have just left them to do their old stuff.
よし、そら。
そら
You know, both sides killing themselves without me having to lift a finger.
襲われていないらしい。なぜだろう。
お侍、お頼みしたいことが。
Here we are.
どうした？
私はしがないクス氏で野営の病人を治療したいのですが、いかんせん森の中で。
森には賊や猛虎がうろついておるぞ。
ですからお守りくだされ。
よし、わかった。なれど病とは気がかりだ。打ち勝てるものなのか？
病は戦うものではなく、寄り添い初めて治すものです。
病の話がまことならば、すぐに立つぞ。広がる前に食い止めねば。
感謝します。
You know, if I bring them there, aren't they gonna get sick as well?
よくコモだから逃げ抜けま
That's
した
how
ね。
sickness
ユナという
spreads,
女子のおか
right?
げだ。俺を浜から運んだ上、手当てしてくれた。
腕の良いクス氏のようで。
あれほど勇ましき者は知らぬ。俺の命の恩人だ。
我が母を思い出します。昔私は体が弱く丈夫になれたのは母が作った薬のおかげでした。それからクス氏を志そうと。
If I put a
Well,
pizza in another
still
pizza, I have two pizzas.
見てこよ
早く食い物をよこせ。そんなものはない。嘘だ。殺さないでくれ。
But, if I put a lasagna in another lasagna, I have one lasagna. Is it just different layers of the lasagna, Axel?
いざ勝負。
How are you doing today?
その太刀、お前が死んだら。
You don't speak English. You're here to learn.
危ないところを助かりました。
Oh, okay. Welcome in, Axel. I'm not sure how much English I can teach you, though.
かような時に
Are you
遠出
from
とは
Mexico
村の者
then?
が残らず病にかかって二人で逃げ出したところです。
病原は
悪霊です。ご先祖様を怒らせました。
我らは戦わずして猛虎に食料を渡したのです。奴らが去ると皆が病に。
この地は呪われています。
Well, I
先を行け
speak
ば宿がある
English.
休むといい。
今は外にいる方が危ない。家に戻
That's
り
about
隠れてい
it.
なさい。
ありがとう。悪霊がついてこないといいのですが。
いともたやすく人を切るとは。
You're from
賊を追い
Mexico.
返せたと申
Okay.
すか。
賊が相手といえども、堂々たる態度で丁重に頼めばおそらく。
あのような連中にも通じると思うか。
いえ。しかし、太刀を振るう前に穏やかに収める術を試すべきではないでしょうか。
ガテンが言った。生粋のクス師だな。
So is it Mexican or is it Spanish? Is there a difference?
クスさん、こっちに来ておくれ。
慌ててどうした？
What do I like to do? Well, I like to play games mainly. And learn new stuff. So I read a lot of books and watch a lot of videos on different stuff. You say Mexican, that people know where you're from. Yeah, I do too now.
何事だ。
息子が毒を食べちまったようなんだよ。
見せてくれ。
野営を差し置くのか。手遅れになるぞ。
すぐに済ませますので。
仕方ない。俺も手を貸そう。
感謝いたします。
You're making a sandwich now, do I want one? Well, I wouldn't mind a sandwich, but how are you gonna get it to me?
食べ物なんて残っちゃいません。
原因を探ってみよう。
かたじけない。
ただの湯だ。カゴは空だ。
How can he be suffering from food poisoning if there is nothing to eat? A sandwich for me. Thank you, Axel.
藁の束。野生のキノコをかじった跡がこれだな。クス氏に知らせよう。
He must have eaten a mushroom that's poisonous. Do I like the flaming hot mayo? Well, that does sound interesting.
いかがでしたか？
How hot is it?
キノコを食ったようだ。
このバカ、なんてことを。
空腹のあまり手を出したのだろ
水苔があれば解毒できるのですが。
う。ここにおれ。俺が取ってこよう。
This feels like a small fetch quest. It's a bit spicy. Oh, that's okay. I can handle a bit of spicy, I think. Now where is that river moss? Oh wow. Okay. But yeah, I do like a little bit of spice now and then. Do I like the nickel? The pickle. I don't mind pickles, I think. It's the sour vegetable,
苔は
right?
見つかりましたか？
あったぞ。
いいか、よく聞いてくれ。苔を砕き、水を少しだけ混ぜたらよく煮るんだ。それを飲ませてやれば、明日の朝には良くなるはずだから。
そろそろ野営に行かねば。
ええ。
息子の命の恩人です。
Wow, who would eat a raw
女の
mushroom?
息子は百姓と同じ症状でした。体が痛み、息切れが激しく。
つまり百姓も毒を畑にまかれたということか。
ええ、おそらくは。軽い毒なら苔で済みますが、念のため効能の強いハンゲを取りに行きましょう。池に生えているはずです。
急ぐぞ。
You are very picky with your veggies. What kind of veggies do you like to eat, Typhoon?
走れ、空。
Thank you for the sandwich, Axel.
猛虎です。なぜ池のそばに？
ここは丁重に頼んで去ってもらうとしようか。
いえいえ、あなた様にお任せいたします。
Sure, we can ask them to a likely to move. I'm sure that would work. Brave or stupid individuals? You are the cannibal. Are you Typhoon? Okay, they have an archer. Are you a fan of corn, Typhoon? There we go. Why such a hesitant yes? Nothing wrong with admitting it, you know.
こちらです。
半下はあったか？
ええ、おかげで十分に取れました。しかし、あなた様は人斬りを楽しんでいるようにお見受けするのですが。
すべては民を守るためだと、太刀を抜くたび自分に言い聞かせて。
なるほど。失礼いたしました。
病人のもとに行くぞ。
There has been a lot of fighting this night.
「野営は目の前です。大変だ。妻が息をしていない。
It leads to a hard haha funny Midwest jokes.
いつから伏せておる？
もう子供がうちの畑に来てからです。
何か食ったか？
口にできるのは井戸の水しかありません。
手遅れだ。すまない。
What? What's an example of a Midwest
早
joke?
く来ていれば。
お主に咎はない。
しかし道草を食わなければ死なせずに済んだはずです。
そのおかげで救われた命もあるのだぞ。毒がゆえんであると分かることもなかった。
ですが、毒の出どころまでは。
死んだ女が最後に口にしたのは井戸水だったな。
そして病が広がったのは猛虎が去ってから。
井戸に毒を仕込んだな。
水とあれば病は瞬く間に
They
広がります。
poison the
治
water.
せるのか？
ええ、半下さえあれば。
救ってやってくれ。
そういたします。あなた様がいらしてよかった。
Ohio isn't all corn. That's in Diana. Diana's a real champ, isn't she? I don't know. Use your imagination, Sim 3. Eating corn the long way? You mean 11 kernel at a time? One kernel at a time. What kind of bluffs are bluffs, Typhoon? I don't think I want you to use your imagination. Your imagination is probably what got us into this situation. Oh hey, is there a legend here? Sharp cliffs. Oh, okay, I get it. But it kind of hinders the growing of corn, right? Case in point, what were you thinking of? Sim 3?
酒井様、
ケンジ、何をしておる？
ちょっと厄介事がありましてね。
何をしでかした？
いやいや、猛虎があっしらの飯を奪うんですよ。米栗魚すべて持ってかれてもう腹ペコ。
あっしらだと？お前の畑なのか？
あなたの言葉が忘れられなくて、ここの百姓の手伝いをしてるわけですよ。
猛虎の野営はどこだ？
数日に一度来ては食い物を奪って去っていくのでわかりません。
待ち伏せするか？
それがですね、人質を取られてるんです。もし食い物を渡せなけりゃ。
何か手を考えねば。
手はあります。お嫌いでしょうけど。
まずは見て決めるとしよう。
お見せしましょう。食い物は浜に置く決まりなんです。
How Diana is not only about the Normandy, but how she eats corn the long way.
釣りや狩りで奴らを食わせるために頑張りましたよ。
そもそもお前はなぜここに？
あなたの仲間だと知られてからどこもかしこも危なくてね。
That's quite some imagination. Typically, why trees grow at the top of the cliffs or the bottom of them is corn. Don't you mean hurricane? Of course, it depends on which part of the wall you're from.
猛虎にやる食料です。でもこの樽だけは空っぽ。
お前の策とは奴らを怒らせることか。
まさかまさか。この大きさなら人がすっぽり入れます。鎧を着た勇ましいお侍でもね。
俺よりふさわしいのは調子のいい酒売りであろうな。
この樽猛虎の野営に行っちゃうんですよ。その後誰が戦うんです？あっし？あなた？
お前とおるといつも何かに入る羽目になるな。
明暗でしょ。
Tropical storm of tempest. Well, that is a good catch-on catch-all term. But it is a bit of a mouthful, though. Is that how we should refer to you now? You know you have like the name for friends and the name and your official full name. And that's kind of like your official full name.
お前の息と同じ匂いがするぞ。
まだ酒が残ってましたかね。あ、酒井様、来ましたよ。
ウディグンタルゲンダッチ。
あ、そうだ、全部やる。ほら、持ってけ。
バステルモリガブ。
待て待て。あれはミヨ。ミヨは俺の馬、俺の。
ナダマタト。モルビグニクボルソ。
あいた。
Can call you type.
堪忍して。ミヨ。おい。
Did a horse get taken?
まさかうまくいくとはな。
Der Mund bei Starla. Halakui Wang. Inikis Hunor. Negium Harsinta. Açış beri. Hür
Taif.
At çıksa. Sok çıksa. Onlar insek.
What is my PPS evolving into? It's evolving into a GPS. Now not only will I be able to speak, I will be able to speak in coordinates. Isn't that cool? Quick, ask me a question GPS related.
食料を村に運び、ケンジに知らせてくれ。
ケンジ？あの野郎、今度会ったら一発殴ってやる。
どういうことだ？
すべてあいつが撒いた種なんです。猛虎と取引しようとするから。
ああ、酒井様。さすがの腕前。
ケンジ、バカで間抜けで飲んだくれのダメ男め。
ここは俺が。訳を話せ。
猛虎に食い物を売ると言って藁と木くずをやってみたんです。
儲けるためか？
畑を守るためです。
まさか気づかれぬと思ったのか？
こんなに早くは。思っていたよりすぐにバレて村の門が捕まって食い物を渡さないと殺すって。
人の役に立てと焚きつけたのが間違いか？
いや間違いだなんて言わないで。役に立てます。ただ練習が足りなかっただけ。
人の命がかかっている時に練習などと申すな。
肝に銘じます。
He's gonna get into so much more trouble, isn't he? Thank you so much, Typhoon. Faint soul, what's a tom-tom? How do you get to Island of Man? Well, look into a mirror. I'm sure that works. But TomTom was an early brand of GPS. I see. That's cool. But thank you so much for the airdrop, Typhoon.
猛虎に殺されずに済んでよかったな。
すまなかった。助けになれないで。
助けだと？米食って喉詰まらせろ。
おっと、また余計なことを言ってしまったみたい。では達者で。
体に火をつけて猛虎の火薬に飛び込め。
It's from like the 50s. Wait, Seriously? Come on, Typhoon, you're not that old. We have kind of been dropped into a very inconvenient location. Were there even GPS in the 50s? I never knew. I think for the most part GPS is required installation to your car. Oh, so you mean it had to be physically fitted into your car? Well now, at least now you can just like open Google Maps and stuff. And it's gotten really convenient. So it's like your own portable mobile GPS. Roughly the size of a microwave oven. Wow, that's huge. But with the advances in technology, it's gotten a lot smaller, I guess. So TomTom wasn't the one to make the first GPS, but the first one to make it small. You know. I've kind of realized that my streams are kind of like a whole like encyclopedia of useless information. Like random knowledge from all parts of the world and different time periods and stuff. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Thank you, everyone. Well, the camp didn't stand a chance. Was there any doubt? Oh, Violet, was it a good meal then? First-hand prehistoric knowledge is nice. Now we just need some kind of, archaeologist to come in and share their knowledge. Soup dumpling with a bomb. Oh, was it the kind where, it's like steamed, then if you bite into them the juice just flows out in your mouth? You didn't realize the battle noises would mean no selling like a boss? Well, now you know. Yeah, Typhoon, you know it can. You can like put in like different flavors into those dumplings. So I've heard of like, with the regular ones, and then there are those where you put in like truffle sauce and and ones that you can put in, crab. And they all have the same kind of soup that just like bleeds out when you bite into them. It's really quite cool. If we ever get one of those, you hope to have a nice documentary narrator voice. That would be good, something soothing while they narrate me to sleep. I'm out there talking about food and technology while baking being a blender of man. Well, you know what they say, a blender is sometimes used in the preparation of food.
いい子だ、ソラ。ソラ、さあ。
I'm kind of on the fence about Darth Vader and everything. A documentary. Narrating a documentary. I can see how it booted, would be nice though. If they're having like a pair of animals having babies. And then in his intimidating voice. These are your parents. Wait, does James L. Jones have a sexy voice? Are they the same voice though? A bad time to zone out. What is it that you caught?
Vertragen auf!
Something about animals having babies and an intimidating voice. Yeah, that's the brief. That's the brief summary.
Tolarinzek! True!
It probably says a lot about you.
動くな。無事か。
But you know, every day is a day of self-discovery.
アザモと筒を隔てる川沿いの野営にいたんだがね。猛虎に周りの木を切られてしまったよ。兵器でも作るんだろうな。
その地に赴き、企みを止めねばならんな。
Well, isn't it true though? Let's see, we're pretty close by. To the next actual main mission. Do I ever feel like I'm over-designing a simple thing? Not really, no. But you know, usually most of the time it's over. It's the over-design that catches people's attention, right? I mean, have you seen the character designs of the latest gacha games? I can only hope to be able to do something like that one day. Well, I mean, if I'm gonna do something, might as well do it well, right? Only look at the assets. Well, that's totally understandable. Too bad my main outfit only has one version though. I'm pretty sure you would spring for a not safe for Twitch version. Yes, the Zipper 2, which is in research.
いさかいか？
どうしよ
Thank you, cultist.
Yuna! お主か？
ジン
No, I did not say that, cultist. You must have gotten confused with another word. Which versions are we getting minis for? Well, you gotta ask Cultus, because, he's the one with the 3D printer. I'm very sure you can, you just need to throw it into Blender.
待ってたよ。
何が起きた？タカはどこだ？
村の連中と隠れてる。ここも猛虎に襲われた。手向かいは殺され、ほとんどが捕虜にされたよ。
残りのものを奪いに戻るはず。今のは石膏だ。ほどなく軍勢が押し寄せるぞ。
なら逃げなきゃ。すぐに。
いや、村を守る。
はあ？
村の火事場も民も失えぬ。望むならばお主は行け。
嫌だね。私も逃げるのは飽きた。
村の者に会いたい。
Maybe one day I'll provide you with a fun VRM model.
何人生き延びたのだ？
そんなに多くない。ほとんどが百姓か鍛冶屋さ。戦いそうにないね。
すべて一人で討ち取ったとは見事だ。
稽古したから。
矢の余りはあるか？
使ったやつは引っこ抜いてまた使うのさ。
それで十分。
Maybe I will. But I probably have to fix the model up correctly. And definitely not use the cow print one because that one has individual planes and not 3D surfaces. Are there programs that will add supports on their own though?
生きてた。猛虎は言った？
しばらくは戻ってこないよ。これから火事場に向かうから一緒においで。
You're most definitely not gonna do anything very base of the model. I'm sure you won't make a life-size 3D printout and put it together and then display it somewhere, right?
さすれば地の利を生かせるはずだ。
火事場をおとりにするってわけか。
Yeah. So the slicer is basically, the 3D printing software.
あなたのご無事を祈ってました。
それはありがたい。時に頼みがある。
何かご入り用だとか、どういったもので？
叔父上を救いたい。金田の木に囚われておるのだが、守りが固く。
人知れず忍び込める道具がいい。
ここには火事場がある上、お主も腕利きだ。
最高のね。
作ることはできますが、じき猛虎が来るのでは。
村は必ず守ってみせる。
任せときな。
火事の助手がいります。幸男という名の。
どこにおる？
嫁を探しに行ったはずです。村の方へ。
俺に任せろ。言うな。戦の支度を。
できてるみたいです。
Sounds more complicated than it is because the program does it automatically, right? The printer does 256 cubed. Yeah, you can totally make lots of me. I'm only like 153 millimeters tall. A standard army man size. It would probably feel very interesting to have a model of myself sitting somewhere. It would, wouldn't it? Warhammer Army are my sisters. Wait. What faction am I siding with? Have I enabled the death hula hoop? Oh yeah. Okay, yes, I really need to do that. Can someone remind me? It actually doesn't take a lot of time, but I actually keep forgetting. I am the faction. Wow, a one-unit faction then?
ユキオか。
はい。
タカが火事場で待っておる。
お待ちを。妻と妹が川にいるんです。
今すぐ案内しろ。
こちらへ。
俺から離れるでないぞ。へっ。ふん。
You never actually printed it out yet, but you have a Fall of Urim on your PC.
隠れろ。
Sure, you can post it if you want.
血を見るな。よいか。
わかりました。
猛虎に見つかった。
ここにおれ。
天猫も。
やだ、やめて。助かりました。殺されるかと思ったら急に消えたの。
You have your model. Oh, Cultus, have you finished your model already?
ユキオの使いだ。
生きてるの？
ついてこい。火事場へ向かうぞ。
ムツ、よかった。
あんた、もう会えないかと思ったよ。
怪我はないな。
このお方の強さと言ったらまるで鬼だよ。
猛虎が相手の時のみだ。火事場に行くぞ。ついてまいれ。
It's an old one. Well, it's still. It exists anyway. Why are there suddenly so many of them? Oh, damn it. Of all times to lock onto them.
あんたもう会えないかと思ったよ。
怪我はないな。
このお方の強さと言ったらまるで鬼だよ。
猛虎が相手の時のみだ。火事場に行くぞ。ついてまいれ。
Well, isn't that the point to delete them? Was supposed to drive them out of this village, aren't we? Wow. And interestingly enough, we managed to go around all of them.
生きてたか。
このお方のおかげだ。
恩に来ます。
猛虎が来る。ユナはどこだ。
川の向こうの一家を探しに行ったきり。
That was only mildly disappointing.
戻るまで火を入れるな。
Hey, you know you will be totally fine if you offer me a good glass of milk. And all will be well.
Jin, こっち。
Exactly.
火を入れられるぞ。誰かを探しておるのか。
しくじったよ。川の向こう岸で捕まっちまった。あの人たちはタカを弟子にしてくれた恩人なんだ。
ならば捨ておけぬな。行くぞ。
侍はどこだ。嘘をつくな。お前の仲間をいたぶるぞ。
侍なんて知らない。
村のやつらはどこに消えた。
知らないよ。お願いだから殺さないで。
Tavern Bear.
How far I have fallen. From facing people head on.
Negium Harsinta, Yue! Alfiev!
Wow, we've actually had the cow fed today once. The cow fits. Barely, hey. It has been tailored to fit perfectly. I should know.
まだ気を抜くでない。火事場まで行けるか。
ええ、なんとか。
皆ついてまいれ。
あの方は何者なの？
話せば長くなる。
殺し方がむごくて人じゃないみたい。
Wow, I gotta sneak around a whole bunch of them now. Everyone has noticed. Too small on one, too short on the other. Fashion choices faint soul. Everything is calculated. Yeah, you know, that skirt was a little short, to be honest.
火事場に火を入れろ。
猛虎が寄ってきます。
ここを打ち壊しはせぬであろう。この利を逃す手はないぞ。
I did my best.
いずれにせよ、ここで猛虎を迎え撃つ。
I do, and I won't deny otherwise. You approve of my choices. We are in agreement then.
火事場に入られた。止めるぞ。
Terjag Orpen! Dosho! Terjag... Polaritza! Dosho! Ugil!
俺を待ってる家族がいるんだ。
大変だよ。火事場が囲まれた。早く殺さなきゃ。
Dosho! Dosho! Dosho!
Dosho! Dosho!
That's a lot of them.
Dosho! Look down!
Oh, darn it. You know what we say about thick thighs? They save lives. Is there just one more left?
Betty!
There we go.
Dosho! 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 Alek Bochich!
Okay, mission complete.
O 侍様の戦い方じゃない。
何を申す。
お侍どころじゃないよ。このお方は猛虎を撃ち滅ぼすため冥府から蘇った伝説の武者クロード様さ。
早く逃げましょ
う。ならぬ。火事場の火を焚き、再び小松が誇る武具を鍛えよう。さすれば直ちに志村殿をお救いできよう。伝説のクロード。
悪くないだろ。
Hey, two people fought off an army. Seems like I get most experience.
書で読んだ。
それが己らと我らの違いよ。
ならばなぜ我が兵は背後から切られている。
堺は決してさような手を使わん。
戦では化けの皮が剥がれる。
ならば己は犬だな。不備来の下地でしか動けぬ哀れで臆病な犬だ。
お前の老いも侍の道に背き、犬になるつもりのようだ。止めたくば大元国に下るしかない。
そして我らは本土襲来の手先となる。違うか。
考えておくことだ。ただし急がねば己の老いは道を踏み外すことになるぞ。それまで首がつながっていればな。
たかが仕事を終えるまで叔父上をお助けにはいけぬな。
Do you think I get a different ending if I didn't stab anyone in the back? It wouldn't really be called Ghost of SS Tsushima anymore, would it? You like the realistic faces. They aren't J-pop man here. Isn't J-pop realistic as well, though? That would be interesting. Do you mean the J-pop? Wow. Called this. I have no idea what that is. Like pretty guys. Oh, pretty guys are nice. Okay, I think this is a good place to stop for today. Right on time that we just finished a main story mission as well. Yeah, give me a moment. Okay, there we go. Yes. So, I'm gonna be stopping here for today. Thank you everyone so much for being here. I hope it was fun. So next stream will probably be on Wednesday. We're gonna try to finish those headphones, yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Vince. Faint Soul. Yeah. Okay then. What do you mean forcing me to do stuff? Cultist. Okay everyone, I hope you all have a great week. Take care of yourselves, okay? And maybe I'll see you on Wednesday. What do you mean no slacky wacky? I'm always doing something, okay? The subtitles have not once got it right. Maybe it's time for a nickname then. Well anyway, I'm going now. Take care everyone, bye bye.